think we can go ahead and get started. If I could kindly ask everybody to turn off their telephones, put it on vibrate. For many of us, this is our first in-person meeting for quite some time, so maybe some of those old housekeeping points that we're in need of a reminder of some of those old housekeeping notes that used to be kind of standard practice. Good afternoon. My name is Christina Bache. I'm going to be moderating our panel this afternoon. As you all have seen, and we're very eager to join, our topic is on EU-Mena relations in times of crisis, how to ensure strategic cooperation with our southern partner, with a question mark. We have three distinguished guest speakers with us this afternoon who will each provide comments, and I will go ahead and provide a bit of opening remarks that they will then build on or expand on during their time for their presentations. And then we will have a bit of time allocated for Q&A afterwards. As you all have read a little bit about the impetus behind the discussion topic in the program, you all already have gotten a sense of what we're hoping to address today. And I wanted to share a little bit of remarks regarding developments in the Middle East and North Africa region over the past decade or so, since the popular uprisings, or if you want to say peaceful protests, revolutionary movements. There's a big question about what have we achieved, or what has the region achieved thus far. Some would call it an Arab Spring, others have noted it as an Arab winter, but those achievements remain ambivalent. And what we do know that still in many parts of the region, authoritarian regimes remain in power. Countries such as Syria, Iraq, Libya, and Yemen continue to face insecurity, terror, and war, that many communities, including marginalized groups such as women and youth, face compounding threats to human security. We also know that the war in Ukraine is forcing the EU and the recently founded European political community to shift their focus to its neighbors in Eastern Europe. But nonetheless, political turmoil and instability in the MENA continue to pose considerable challenges to Europe. And located in the EU's immediate neighborhood, ensuring that the MENA is not overlooked alongside other foreign policy matters is essential. Our first guest speaker will touch upon some of the questions that were posed in the remarks or the blurb for the program today. Dr. Isabel Werenfels. She is a senior fellow on Africa and the Middle East at the German Institute for International and Security Affairs. And then to my right, we'll have Wolfgang Püstei, AIES Senior Advisor at the Austria Institute for Europa und Kirchenpolitik. And we'll wrap up with Ayla Hotic, Senior Policy Advisor at the European People's Party. So Isabel, if I could go ahead and turn it over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I would like to speak about Euro-Maghrebi cooperation, meaning the cooperation between Europe, the EU, and Algeria, Morocco, and Tunisia. And I have 5 points. And I'd like to begin with the question whether the war has really taken away the attention from the Maghreb. And I'm talking about the Maghreb solely now. And I would say on the bilateral level, not at all. On the contrary, it has increased the attention if we look at the question of energy supply for Europe, but also if we look at migration pressure, because with the war, the consequences of the war are felt very strongly with food shortages, price explosions, and we have a sharp rise in the desire to migrate, also related to an increasing authoritarian turn in all of the countries, including Tunisia. But if we look at the EU level, so I would argue the Maghreb really imposes itself. We cannot avoid it. Now, the question is whether it gets enough attention on the EU level. I hear different things, but maybe the one thing one can say is, looking back at Syria, the Syrian conflict in 2011, 12, 13, 14, we could say the EU did not give the issue of refugees and what happened in the surrounding countries, Jordan, Lebanon, etc., enough attention, even Turkey. And then we had what in Germany particularly is called the big refugee crisis of 2015. So it's well worth watching. But, and this is my second point, I think another question, possibly the more interesting one, is to what extent does Europe still matter to that region? And how big is the European influence on domestic developments? If we speak about democratization, etc., then, you know, this is a big question. I would argue less than we would like. Maghrebi actors have, and many of you will know this, diversified their external relations. China and Russia are present. The Gulf states are present. More recently, also Israel. And then there is one actor that I think we underestimate the presence because they're doing it very cleverly, and that's Turkey. Turkey's cooperating with all the security sectors in the Maghreb. Turkey has enormous soft power through cultural cooperation, development agencies, TV series, its products, the stores are flooded with Turkish products. So Turkey is present in everyday life. And it's extremely popular in surveys. So we have a lot of other actors around. Now, at the same time, I would argue that Europe is losing on the level of norms and its democratic political model in terms of appeal in the region. And I think and also credibility to a certain extent, and I think one thing is that the EU is not that present and is not seen as the EU, but we see bilateral relations and bilateral interests of member states being pushed through. And then we see very different positions ranging from the Western Sahara to the conflict in Libya, where we found European countries on different sides, France and Italy and Germany, and also more recently on how to counter the authoritarian turn of the Tunisian president. There we saw that democracy matters to different degrees to different European member states. So what the countries are seeing, not a unified Europe when it comes to these questions. Then the Russian war on Ukraine revealed strong support for Russia in the Maghreb for different reasons, but not least anti-imperialist and anti-American reflexes, the colonial legacy, but also perceptions of Western double standards regarding situations of occupations and refugees. And I think as a fallout of the war, the populations are extremely concerned with socioeconomic issues. They were before, but now even more dramatically. And when we look at polls and when we look at what is asked for in the protests, we see that what populations want most is functioning states that deliver services to their citizens, that offer them economic opportunity, and they want social justice. Hence, and this is where I would say European models have lost a certain appeal, unfortunately, is that I find many, especially governments, but also parts of the populations, are looking to Asian development models, more dictatorial development models. And even if they curb freedoms to parts of societies, they have an appeal because it is in exchange for greater output to citizens. And we saw this in a Konrad Adenauer Foundation poll last year, in which, for instance, Tunisia, this was in January, in Tunisia, 60% of those asked said that they wouldn't mind abolishing parliament if there was a performing, strong leader. Now, this was a self-fulfilling prophecy. So I think, and what we are also seeing, and I think this is also goes counter to what we try to project as a model, is that militaries are much stronger in politics than they have been in the past across the region. And then, this is my third point, I would argue that the overall, we are no longer in a cooperation paradigm of donor-recipient. Our partners in the MENA region, but particularly in the Maghreb, have very strong sovereignty reflexes. They have very strong post-colonial discourses, anti-imperialist sentiment, and we see that in governments and societies alike. And I think this defines their external relations more than it has in the past. So as a consequence, the threshold for what is considered meddling in domestic affairs becomes very low, and this is even true for Tunisia, a country which is economically highly dependent on Europe. We saw this in reactions to the report of the Venice Commission for the Tunisian constitutional referendum. We also saw it whenever the European Parliament issued a statement on the authoritarian turn of the Tunisian president, that also parts of the population reacted to that. So European partners more and more want to decide what the conditions for cooperation are. They see themselves in the driver's seat, and particularly countries that are now empowered by the demand for oil and gas, for instance, such as Algeria. So they're saying clearly, as the Algerian Minister of Energy has said, that gas is available to those countries that massively invest in the infrastructure. And Morocco has made it very clear that a condition for very close cooperation is that the cooperation partner endorses the Moroccan autonomy plan for the Western Sahara. So all of this, and so the country's approach to cooperation has become very transactional. And this also implies that Maghrebi governments are seeking to circumvent the EU and cooperate bilaterally. And also, they have discovered that they can play European countries off each other. Morocco did this with both Germany and Spain. Algeria has been doing it when it comes to gas with Spain, France, and Italy. And then, of course, there is a tendency towards drawing in the Europeans and the EU into the zero-sum logic of the conflict between Algeria and Morocco with regard to the Western Sahara. So, I mean, if we look at all this difficult backdrop, what could cooperation look like so that the EU still has an influence also on domestic developments in these countries, which of course is what the EU is also interested when it comes to stability, because the assumption is that freer societies, more democracy, prospering economies will guarantee stability. So I think the first thing is that it's extremely vital for Europe to decisively signal that dealing with one EU state means dealing with the entire EU. Occasionally, the EU is very quick in coming out with statements when there is a crisis with a country, and then we see these countries backpedaling. So I think standing together works. We also see this, by the way, in the Ukraine, that we are strong when we stand together. The next thing is that I think it's very important to think every bilateral step in a regional context, also the EU, I'm not talking now of the member states, think how signals and messages will be understood in neighboring countries. The governments are monitoring very closely how Europe is dealing with others, and they're concluding what they can get away with, depending on what they see in terms of human rights, for instance. And I think if we turn it around in a positive way, we can say encourage positive competition between countries over reform performance. We see this happening a little bit at the moment over renewables. Everyone is trying to be the first country, I'm talking now about the Maghreb, that will the country that Europe invests most when it comes to green hydrogen. So I think this is a positive competition. We see sometimes positive competition over women's rights, governance reform. So I think it's very important that this is also symbolically, rhetorically, and materially very quickly acknowledged. And then I think there is another thing which is quite important, is not to empower authoritarian leaders, particularly symbolically. And I think Europe is not that good at that. I just would like to take one example. I think we're improving, but we still gave, at a point where the Tunisian president's authoritarian turn was so obvious, we have commissioners going there and announcing the budget aid from the presidency. So that empowers a president, rather than having this done by a government or by the EU, the head of the EU delegation in the country. But I think at the same time, it is essential that we get our thinking away from seeing the region as a threat. Our competitors, and that is their advantage, are seeing it as an opportunity. And this is the signal that works for the region. So I think if Europe wants to be attractive, the EU, for partners, it must radiate that we do not simply see them as a problem. I think only then can we have influence. So what I've already mentioned, I think renewables is an excellent entry point because it's of common interest to us and the partners, and among the partners, both the governments and the societies. And I think with circular migration, it's similar because everyone can profit from intelligent migration schemes. But then the question is, how do we bring in issues that are important to us? Freedoms, participation. I don't use the D word that often anymore because it's anachronistic, democratization, if we look at the region, unfortunately. I think we should do this through the back door. And the back door these days for me is that all the governments are speaking about innovation, about startups. And I think the message to convey is that innovation is only possible if ideas can circulate, if debates can take place, if education systems are developed in a way that critical thinking can develop. And I think this is absolutely essential. And then I think we have to be very careful that we do not go back to something that we did in the past, which is confuse stagnation with stability. This was the error between 2011. All Maghreb governments have an interest in portraying themselves as anchors of stability and dynamism. And we can only buy this if we see that populations have hope and see perspectives in their country. And here, of course, the indicator are the migration numbers. To give you just one example, the Algerian Hirak, this was a huge protest movement in Algeria 2019. During this protest movement, the migration desire and the migration numbers just went down because there was lots of hope among the population. So my fifth, very last and short point, despite everything I've said, I think Europe has more leverage than it uses. So decision makers in our partner countries in the coming months and years will need substantial funds and expertise for energy transformation and for fighting the effects of climate change. Water scarcity, food shortages, wildfires, and at the end of the day, they need to buy social peace. And this is more likely to come from the international financial institutions and from European Western countries. And I always hear European policymakers say, if we use our financial lever and employ conditionality, for instance, on macro financial support, others will jump in. And then they mention quite often the Gulf states. But I think this is ignoring this price of support by the Gulf states, because these states meddle politically, socially, religiously, and they split Maghrebi societies. And then others, Turkey and Russia, lack the funds. Chinese investments lead into the debt trap. Europe, by contrast, and I think we're not advertising this enough, is consistent in its support, it's long-term, it does not support specific political parties, it doesn't want to stir domestic problems, but rather a frame that promises effective governance, economic opportunity, and social justice. So I think it's a question of better communicating this and making it clear, and not always being afraid of the others coming in if we are a bit stricter on certain issues. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Isabel. You gave us quite a lot to process, to think. I think for me, this comment, innovation will only happen when ideas can circulate. I think that's quite an important one. And you mentioned about social peace. I think that's often a determinant. You know, oftentimes folks think about so long as there's an absence of violence that a peace will assume, but peace is much more multidimensional. So ensuring that governments, you know, provide the provision of services equitable across the country, ensuring that there's, you know, poverty eradication, that girls can go to school, and so forth. So that's a very important point to keep in mind. Thank you. Wolfgang, if we could turn it over to you for you to share your remarks.
Thank you very much. The J-curve model of the American political scientist Ian Bremmer says, if autocratic, closed and stable countries move towards openness and democracy, they fall down the J-curve. And it takes them quite a long time to recover. And quite a few of them don't make it. I'm an idealist, but my feet are firmly rooted in realism. Egypt has a problem with political Islam and Islamic extremism. It's not the only one. The more dire the living circumstances are in a country, the more likely is an increase of support of political Islamism and eventually also to radical Islam. Law and order policy based on the Sharia, fighting corruption, are the promises they are making. In reality, if we look to Tunisia, where the Ennahda party had a quite strong role in the government for almost 10 years, it's different. We can discuss if the Muslim Brotherhood is a terrorist organization. The Egyptians will say yes, others will say no. But one thing is for sure, political Islam provides a fertile ground for radicalization and the recruitment of terrorists. The Muslim Brotherhood and the other political Islamists are usually very well organized, and they operate with forefront organizations, including charities. Egypt has also several other problems. It's a demographic time bomb, which needs all the support it can get. In the year 2000, they had about 69 million inhabitants, 69. In 2022, they have 106. It is expected that in the next 35 years, the population will double. There is no way that Egypt can stay stable with more than 200 million people. 25% of those are work in the agricultural sector. The median age is 25 years. They have numerous problems: unemployment, desertification, the size of arable land is decreasing, environmental destruction, water scarcity, and an Islamic successful insurgency on the Sinai Peninsula. There were also insurgencies in the Nile Delta and in the Western Desert, but they are more or less under control, since the east of Libya is under control of the Libyan National Army and the Islamists there are defeated. Yes, the Al-Sisi government has a doubtful human rights record, but it's a guarantee for stability, and as such, it should not be undermined. I don't say that we should not tell him to follow a more open and a more democratic way, but be careful not to undermine his reputation at home. For the Egyptians, he is their pharaoh. If their pharaoh is perceived weak by the other countries, they will also perceive him as weak. Egypt needs a huge amount of investment, and this makes them right now dependent of the money from the Gulf states, So, Egypt is a demographic time bomb, which needs all the support it can get. Libya, one American president said to an ambassador heading to Libya, is a country with a population of 6 million and Africa's largest oil reserves. So the president asked, where is the problem? Libya is more than Tripoli and Misrata. It is a deeply divided country with 3 very different regions. The struggle in Libya is first and foremost a conflict about resources and oil revenues. It's all about money. Most of the oil and the gas is located in the east and in the south. Most of the money ends up in the northwest. The root causes of the conflicts there are various, including century-old tribal conflicts, rivalries between the regions, no surprise, the chaotic administration under Gaddafi, the rising influence of political and radical Islamists, the spread of militias. Here I have an interesting figure. In 2011, in summer, about 25,000 Tuwar revolutionary fighters, 25,000, fought against Gaddafi. In May next year, mid-2012, there were 270,000 militiamen, financed by the government. Libya has a problem of legitimacy. There was a political isolation law in May 2013, similar to the debarfication law, the infamous debarfication law in Iraq. Libya had its elections. It had the second parliamentary elections in June 2014. Less than 20% participated. The elections were celebrated in Europe and in America. 3 months later on, they had a civil war. There is a Libya political agreement, the so-called Shkirat Agreement from December 2015. The negotiators were hand-picked delegates, ignoring the realities on the ground and ignoring the recognized parliament from the 2014 elections. There was a Libya Political Dialogue Forum by Stephanie Williams, the temporary or interim UN Special Representative, launched in November 2020 and successfully designating Abdul Hamid Dabeiba as a prime minister, interim prime minister. The delegates were also handpicked. And within the National Council, where I'm the chairman of the advisory board of US-Libya relations, we discussed with Stephanie recently, and she said, yes, there was quite a lot of vote buying by Dabeiba, but they didn't want to harm the situation and they didn't want to harm the outcome that there is now a prime minister which is more or less agreed by everyone. I'm not sure this was a good idea. Dabeiba promised to support the elections. There were no elections in December 21, although the international community did everything to support and facilitate it. Keep in mind, the influence of the international community on the Libyan key actors is limited. Dabeiba broke his promise not to run. The electoral laws were a little bit complicated and disputed between the various factions, so the elections did not take place. The HR appointed a new government in February 22, the recognized parliament. Dabeiba refused to leave, and the power struggle between Dabeiba and Bashaga was decided by the militias. They supported Dabeiba, the militias in Tripoli. And the CBL governor Al-Kabir said, I'm going to continue to finance Dabeiba. And this was the end for Bashaga. A key question right now is about the foundation for the presidential elections. And this is not about a roadmap, or apologize to the friends from Germany, not about another Berlin conference. This is about to agree who is allowed to run. This is about to agree who is about to run. There can be 10 new roadmaps and 5 new special representatives and conferences. If they don't agree, if Khalifa Haftar, the LNA commander in the east, Abdul Hamid Dabeiba or Saif al-Islam are allowed to run, you can forget about any roadmap. And I tell you, in the West, they will never ever accept that Haftar is allowed to run for presidency. In the East and in the South, they will never ever accept that their champion, their hero, Khalifa Haftar, is not allowed. And the situation about Saif al-Islam and about Dabeiba and some others is quite similar. So as long as this question is not solved, forget about any conference and any roadmap. A return to federalism is the only realistic approach for Libya. Libya was a federation after independence under the 1951 constitution. Energy security and Libya. A realistic point is that, yes, Libya is important, but it will not save the day for Europe. It produces about 1.2 million barrels per day. Compared with Saudi Arabia, that's next to nothing. They aim to reach about 2 million barrels per day in about 5 years. About more than half of their gas production is needed domestically. The Green Stream pipeline to Italy has a capacity of 10 BCM, billion cubic meters. It's only used for about 50%. The revenues, does Libya need money? Is it necessary to fund projects down there? The answer is yes and no. The oil revenues this year will be about 35 billion US dollars. Quite a lot of this money is wasted. Corruption is a key problem down there. So if you donate money, if you establish programs, you should have a close supervision of what's going on with this money. Libya is more than Tripoli and Misrata. It's a deeply divided country with 3 very different regions. In 10 years, it will be either a federation or broken up after a violent civil war. Turkey plays a role also in Libya. Libya is an important element in President Erdogan's strategy for the recovery of the economy of his country. Therefore, he supports militarily and politically the Dabeiba government and the Islamists in Libya. We can debate if this support to the Islamists is an end by itself for Erdogan or if it's just a tool for him to achieve an end. They signed a maritime memorandum of understanding in 2019 about the delineation of the exclusive economic zones between Libya and Turkey, ignoring that there is an island called Crete in between. And based on this MOU, they signed another MOU just recently that Turkey is allowed to explore and produce oil and gas within this exclusive economic zone of Libya, or from our point of view, Greece. Please be aware, if the Turkish point of view that islands don't have an exclusive economic zone, keep in mind Malta is also an island and Sicily is an island. Malta and Italy will be the next ones running into troubles with Turkey about this, and Libya. Isabel mentioned before that there are different interests of Italy and France in Libya. Yes, they are. And it's understandable. Why? For Italy counts economic interests and security interests with regard to migration. This means they need to deal and negotiate with whoever is in charge in Tripoli. If you want to discuss about migration, if you want to discuss about the oil harbors and the Green Stream pipeline, you need to discuss with the guy who is in charge in Tripoli. For the French, stability of the Sahel counts. Keep in mind the uranium mines, keep in mind the rare earths and all the other industrial interests of the French in the Sahel region, which is threatened by terrorism and insurgency. The Fezzan is a safe haven for them. If you want to fight terrorism and insurgencies in the south of Libya, you need to cooperate with the Libyan National Army, with Khalifa Haftar, because he's the only one with a limited influence there. So yes, they have different interests, but there is a reason behind. This should be outspoken openly and discussed between them. Where is the common point? Last point from my side, migration. Libya is a stable country under Gaddafi, was a target country for migration. There were millions of foreign laborers working in Libya. Right now it's different. There is a talk about supporting border control in the south of Libya. Please be aware, there is no border there. The Libya southern border is de facto non-existent. The people in Fezzan have no jobs. They live in part from smuggling and human trafficking. The area is a safe haven for terrorism, as I said. If you want to get a control of Libya's southern border, you need to stabilize Fezzan. My recommendation is the European Union should invest much more in a structured way to build up and stabilize Fezzan from the scratch. Migration is a huge issue for Europe, for the whole of Europe, and maybe a common ground for Italy and France. I would recommend, and I'm writing about this since 2014, at first in Italy, to establish migration centers on the North African coast or on islands off the Tunisian coast in the Mediterranean. The master message should be, you will not make it to Europe illegally, but there is a way to achieve legal immigration to Europe from these islands, from these from these migration centers. I can explain if you want in the break a little bit more about it. But the midterm and long-term strategy must be a strategy for the stabilization of Africa, tailored to the specific countries in 3 layers. Layer 1, containing the multipliers and improving good governments, to limit population growth, to get the demographic situation under control, to achieve progress on environmental protection, to minimize corruption and cultivate good governance. As soon as these 4 multipliers are more or less under control, you could go to the next layer, achieve a broad impact, which means tackle the key problems in social, economic, security and human rights, and establish these countries also as a potential target market for the European economy. And with Novotny, just discussed with my friend out of the door before, stressed it would be also necessary to run an information campaign that you should not use the first money you have to buy a human trafficker to get to Europe. You have a perspective at home. So all this strategy needs to be covered and supported by an information strategy about this. And the long term in the layer 3 would be, of course, to layer the gap to the developed world. This brings me to my last sentence. First and foremost, Europe needs to support or enhance stability in North Africa. Supporting democracy must be done very carefully. Remember the J-curve.
Thank you very much, Wolfgang. Thank you very much. I think it may be also interesting to watch out whether or not the EU directive on human rights and the environment that has already been passed in Germany, whether or not that may have any influence over European companies' strategies for investing in the region as well. It would be interesting to follow. Ayla, if we could turn it to you for your last remarks for our panel.
Well, do you hear me? Yes?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay. Well, thank you first for inviting me, and thank you so much for putting this topic on the agenda, because we must say that MENA region disappeared a little bit from the EU's agenda over the past months, which clearly is a huge mistake from our side to put, this topic a little bit on the side, because the region, of course, is maybe in a mode of, sleeping tensions, let's say, or it's quiet for the moment, but nevertheless, a small incident could, put fire back again. There were very interesting things said both by Isabel and Wolfgang. And there is something I would like to, go back to. Isabel said region shouldn't be seen as a threat, but plenty of, full of opportunities. And this is, by the way, something that our partners, I'm here to represent a political party, and we have partners in the region in different countries. They always tell us, you Europeans see us only through the migration lens. You always approach us to talk to us about migration issues. You always approach us to talk about problems, not about solutions. And this is where basically I would like to bring what I would like to contribute in this discussion about is youth. Youth in the region represent, and I will give you a little bit, a few numbers. They represent a bit less than 60% of the population in North Africa and Middle East, which is a huge percentage. And I would like to focus on two specific points: is youth unemployment in the region and the trust in the states and governments. When we see the youth unemployment in the region, it's twice as high as the world's average. And it has grown 2.5 times faster as the world average over the past 11 years. If we want to see the, by 2030, the youth would need, in order to fill the labor's market, we would need to create 33 million jobs for the next 8-9 years, which is huge. Now, of course, there are two ways of seeing the youth, either as a threat for Europe, potential migration, or opportunity. Now, I would like just for us to remind, because we Europeans tend to put the whole region in one basket, Middle East and North Africa. But we shouldn't forget that the region is not homogeneous. Every country is different. Every country has a specific, specificities. We should analyze each country when it comes to economy, when it comes to governance, when it comes to, the structure that is being put in place. We have countries that are at war. We have other countries that are not at war. But in this second basket, countries that are not at war, their economies don't work in the same thing. So, of course, this impacts also youth unemployment. The other point, and I will come back to youth unemployment later, is the trust in institutions, which is, of course, eroding and is almost, let's say, non-existent in the region. The first thing that I would mention is, and maybe analyze, why is there no trust? First, because the economic models and the state, the nature of state that is in place, doesn't sometimes provide basic needs. Jobs, security, proper education. If you add to this, the socioeconomic grievances, the authoritarian regime, lack of civic freedoms, frustration, discontent. Of course, this is a huge mix that could create further instability. But how do we rebuild this trust? And is there a place for EU to build or, bring its small ingredient to build this trust back? First, personally, I don't believe that external imposition of any solutions is working, and it will not work simply. What we can do is, of course, support, and there are different ways of supporting. You mentioned financial conditionality. How do you rebuild trust? First, this is my opinion, inclusiveness. Inclusiveness of youth, because they are the future of the region. But, of course, this is a process. It's a process between the state and the society. It's building a new social contract. Now, the question is, are the current government and states willing to build a new social contract or not? Is it in their interest or not? So this is another discussion. And as I mentioned, imposing solutions from outside will not work. It needs to be homegrown. And it's not up to us to say, when, how, why, and we are there just to support. The goal, of course, will be to bring and build resilient, mainly build resilient systems and institutions capable of facing future shocks, because the pandemic, of course, aggravated what we have now. The current economic situation with the war in Ukraine is aggravating the situation on the ground. And shocks will be multiple, especially I'm thinking about climate change and climate-related events. So EU can assist, we can assist in different ways, but again, it needs to come from the region itself. What we need to avoid is parallel structures. We see it in Lebanon, and it's extremely problematic. In Lebanon, we have the state has totally failed. We have structures as Hezbollah providing basic needs, and this is how they gain support among the population. And it's fragmenting basically the population and the country itself. So this is becoming problematic if we start moving towards parallel societies. Back to youth unemployment. Of course, the education is the key to youth unemployment. It's important to redirect our economies, to enhance education system by improving skills, vocational education, trainings, and encourage private investment. But we need clearly to match, of course, education to the market needs, and especially the future market needs. So this is it from my side.
Thank you very much, Ayla. Would you like to maybe talk a little bit about the issue of trust that youth across the region are facing, that they do not have trust in the governance structures, and that the old social contract is also being questioned by many youth across the region?
Well, as I said, of course, there are different ways of building trust. As I mentioned, inclusiveness, building a new social contract, but it needs to come from the bottom-up approach, and not, top-down approach. So, again, we as Europeans cannot impose it from outside, but we need to support the flow. And it needs to come from the youth. I remember we had a very interesting discussion and trip end of August between the youth, European youth from EPP, and youth in Morocco this time. We hope to have it in different other countries. And it was very interesting to see that basically we're facing same issues. The trust is not only an issue in the MENA region, it's also in Europe. This is, by the way, where we see also, youth not engaging in politics, rise in far-right parties, populism. So I really hope that we will see more exchange in this kind of, exchange between youth from Europe and the South, because of course problems are the same.
Isabel, would you like
I
to?
just wanted to say, I'm not sure I entirely agree about trust just being built from the bottom up. I think trust can be built if governments deliver. For instance, in healthcare, if they manage to deliver services.
But this is what I said
If there is
previously.
output.
Yeah.
Yes,
They
but
don't
yeah,
deliver. This is the
I
biggest
know they
issue.
don't. I know. Yes, they don't deliver. But if they, I think that is a first point, and that's why I said that possibly other models are very interesting too for the populations, as long as governments deliver. They in key on core issues, then I think trust is already much higher. If you compare trust in the different North African countries, you see that it's higher in Morocco, and it was higher at the time when, during COVID, the government, for instance, gave small enterprises money to I don't remember what the scheme was called, but then the population had a sense that the government knows what it's doing, and so I think it's a two-way thing. But I agree with you that I think more than anything else, dialogue is needed between the government, but real dialogue, national dialogues, but these don't take place for a new social contract.
Wolfgang, would you like to jump in on that?
Just a short one. No internal imposing of solutions. Absolutely. Absolutely. We must make our solutions their solutions. This is what the current UN Special Representative Abdoulaye Batiyi in Libya does. He's not coming forward with his own initiatives. He is traveling a lot and he is talking with the people. And of course he comes forward with his own ideas. But it's necessary that the idea comes out from the Libyans, even if it's triggered by him and not by the outsiders. This is crucial. This is a decisive point. Absolutely. Yes.
This is what mediation is about, by the way. Good mediation.
Yeah.
Not imposing a solution, but
This was the term, yes.
having the partners discuss among themselves, and he is mainly facilitating it. I'm a big fan of mediation.
And this is
I think
what
it works.
Batiyi is making currently, and let's hope it works in a very good way. Must be taken as partners, absolutely. And we should not only tell them you are taken as a partner, it's all about perceptions. If we tell them 100 times you are our partners and they don't perceive it that way, forget it.
Well, one thing is saying being partners, and the other thing is what we deliver on the ground. And as EU, unfortunately, because of our ununified foreign policy positions, we just lost credibility, legitimacy, and it just doesn't work. So, I mean, it's one saying partners, and we've been saying it for over the past decades, and one thing is what we do on the ground, and this is totally different.
Sorry to jump in with one point, but perfectly we mentioned here in Brussels. The EU is celebrating the success of EU Operation Irini, where there is none. EU is celebrating the EU border assisting mission in Libya in the media. There is none. And this undermines the credibility of the European Union in Libya. If you tell them things, what they see every day, that it's not the case, they don't believe you anymore. Exactly as you've said.
We could discuss and argue over Egypt for a while, I think.
Sure.
Because the question is how sustainable is it if you have absolutely no, and this is where innovation comes in, freedom or room for discussion, for circulating ideas.
We need to, yes.
Yes, and I'm not sure that we should support Sisi under all circumstances, because it could backfire.
Maybe we can revisit that, but just pause for a moment to see if we have any questions or comments from the audience. If you could kindly, do we have a microphone? Exactly, there's coming to you. Please introduce yourself. That would be much appreciated. Thank you. We have Tommy.
Kurt Geisert.
It should be on now.
Yeah, Kurt Geisert, I'm one of the guides in the House of European History. Thank you for mentioning migration centers. Could you say a bit more about this? Would it mean huge financial support from the European Union, for example? Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe Tommy, can you go next? We could maybe take two more and then have our panelists.
Hello, I'm Tommy Huhtanen, Executive Director of the Mountain Center. I would go back to what Alia said, in her openings, mentioned that, MENA region has been a little bit under the radar for a couple of months. I think I would say decade plus. You have, you all have been like in this business now 20 plus years. And I assume you have been there when, the Arab Spring/revolutions were, what the focus we had, and investment and youth and meetings and connection, etc. and etc. And then how it kind of drifted away. And it's quite remarkable, even in the, remember 2015, when the focus was on Syria, what was happening, even in that moment, there was no larger scanning of the region, and even it's the fact that we don't speak Syria at the moment. So, to my question, so now with Ukraine, which war in Ukraine, it's political focus, resources, money. There's this challenge of taking MENA back to the focus, as you all mentioned. There's huge amount of challenges. Demand for resources, but also, yes, potential challenges. Let's assume that if something would happen in Egypt, 90 plus persons, etc. So to my question, what are the low-hanging fruits in our EU-MENA cooperation? What are the issues that we can relatively easily to connect with and pick in without huge, massive investment of resources, which seem to be scarce politically and economically at the moment?
Could we maybe just take one more question and then turn it?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. We just have one more. I think the gentleman here in the.
Hi there. Good evening. Mattia Caniglia from Atlantic Council. One point for the gentleman on the panel. Security of FETSAN. Like, considering that in the Sahel, the security efforts of both European actors and the European Union, so there is nothing like the effort that the European Union produced in the Sahel in terms of funding for development, funding for assistance, aid, etc., but also in terms of military presence. Now we don't have anymore even Barkhane operation from France, so I wonder, like, are we starting again a thing that was actually a failure? And that would be the first point. The second point for it was said during the discussion that we have to tell the story about what we are doing to North African countries a little bit better. I would like to know to whom, though, because at the moment we are facing one of the. I mean, in terms of the image of the European Union or European countries, or we are facing. The public opinion is not really with us.
No.
To the point, I would say that even if we look at the way African countries vote in the UN when it comes to anything that is related to the Russian invasion of Ukraine, we don't even have them on board on that. But that one thing for the government, for the population, like, I don't see we have seen anything like what we are seeing now in terms of waves of anti-colonialism, anti-French, anti-EU feelings. So.
Thank you. Thank you. Maybe Wolfgang, if you want to go ahead and respond first.
Yep, sure. I'll start with the last question. What is going on in Fezzan? Yes, there is no open military operation there, but there is some clandestine intelligence gathering down there. There are covert operations from special forces from various countries. I won't name them. There is a drone surveillance. There is a signal intelligence surveillance. There is intelligence on the ground. There are covert operations, and whenever I report to my clients about targeted killing or targeted capturing of terrorists in the south by the Libyan National Army, the information does not come from the Libyan National Army about this. They get some support, they get some hints where this and that guy currently is and what they can do about him. Migration Center, if you and others are interested in this, please give me your business card, or I will give you mine and I'll send you a memo, which I've written a couple of years ago about this, just in a nutshell, because I guess we are running out of time. This should be for a first screening of the migrants, including the identification of the countries of origin. And if they're coming from a safe country, we should support them in getting back home. For those who have a chance for asylum, there are 3 options. Preferably, yes, not today, asylum procedures based on a future common EU asylum standards. Next one is to have smaller camps with a lead nation. So that lead nation X takes this camp and provides the screening for the people there. And the third one is to have a camp, and I think this would be the best one, organized by the European Union with national shops. So that country X, who does not need to say, I'll take 10,000, 5,000, 100,000 or whatever, has a shop there, and this is conducting the asylum procedures for a certain amount of people down there. Last point was about Tunisia. Yes, about the low-hanging fruit. I would say Tunisia is a low-hanging fruit. Yes, Tunisia is not a role model for democracy anymore, but this must be seen in a regional context. President Kais Saied was elected by a vast majority of the population. He realized that things are going wrong, including economy, unemployment. The corona pandemic had its share because of the tourism. He wants to implement, and he had already implemented, a new constitution. He wants to have elections by the end of the year. Tunisia is a country with a relatively small population, 10 million. It is a country with a relatively huge amount of well-educated people. I would say Tunisia is a manageable target to stabilize it and to make it a role model for some kind of Arabic democracy. You disagree?
I fundamentally contradict. I don't see this happening with this president, who is certainly not willing to accept any advice from us. Speaking of low-hanging fruit, I'm sorry, I really have to respond to this. I mean, I think what you described of these migration camps in North Africa is the opposite of low-hanging fruit.
This is not the long-hanging fruit.
I know.
Tunisia.
I know. No, I know. But I mean, the governments don't want them.
No.
And we would have no, because they have an Africa issue, both Algeria and Morocco. Maybe you can throw 20 billion into Tunisia and you will have it, but you will certainly not have it with Algeria and Morocco, because to them, their partners on the African continent are important, and they're not going to do this. This is a no-brainer in my view, and. As far as the low-hanging fruit goes, I always come back to the renewables. I know they need investments, but I think this is something that is working, and if it's done very well and decentralized, and not just the large projects where you have state and government companies coming in, but where you have also a mix of different renewables from wind, green hydrogen, and photovoltaic, solar thermic possibly, then everyone has something. We possibly, if we do it in countries that are oil and gas rich, get more. They can free their export for gas whereas the countries themselves need electricity. The domestic consumption is rampant, and this is what makes them poor too. Many of them now these days, that those that are not energy producers need to import energies at enormous prices. So I think everyone can profit from that. And yes, it is a question of investment, but I think this is something where the European Union is getting their act together, and where the member states on the bilateral level are not undermining it, but are in fact supporting it. So this is why I see it as a low-hanging fruit, because there is a consensus on it everywhere that this is a good thing. The other thing is fighting desalination stuff. This is where I see cooperation happening. But the more political stuff I find very difficult. I don't see solving the Western Sahara conflict as a low-hanging fruit.
Ayla, would you like to wrap us up and share maybe your comments on it?
Just last comment on the centers. This is something, it's really a no-go.
No.
This was brought on the table several times to our counterparts. It's a no-go, red line.
Yes.
You can put, and I don't know even if for us Europeans it's good to put money and put centers and have a kind of, things that we had with Turkey, where basically they are blackmailing us. Okay, we will send you refugees or migrants whenever we want. We got the money and that's it. I'm not sure we want to reproduce this a second time. Second thing they tell us, again, I talk about our counterparts, they tell us, you want migration centers, please put them on your shores. And when the people arrive, then select who you want in and who you want out. So I think there is another way of managing migration. First, we should see the cause the causes of why these people are leaving, and maybe start really dealing with these first issues. And these are basic needs: education, employment, health, and the list goes on. But maybe we can plan another session for the next Saturday and work on this topic. And maybe South-South cooperation, because we didn't have time to discuss this. And this is really important, South cooperation. So this is it, basically, from my side.
Thank you very much.
Negotiate with Tunisia, Egypt, and Libya.
You can see that we have a lot more to discuss, only if we had time to do so. And thank you so much for joining our panel, our discussion. We hope that if you're not already focusing on the MENA region, that our speakers have piqued your interest to start doing so. So let's give a round of applause to our speakers. Or the opposite, be terrified.
Stay away.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to, first of all, I'm very happy that I'm again in the Net at Work forum after 2 or 3 years, I think. It was always a nice experience to join this forum, and I'm very happy to see you again in physical terms. So, on behalf of the Konstantinos Karamanlis Institute for Democracy, I would like to thank you for joining us today. We are very happy to introduce the subject of liberal democracy for a future in this forum, since we strongly believe that we are facing some important challenges ahead of us. When I announced this subject to a friend of mine in Brussels, he told me, okay, you Greeks, you always love to speak about democracy. But indeed, there are some indicators, some important indicators pointing towards a dysfunctional situation. So that's why we decided to talk about them, this situation and these issues. Recent electoral results and political developments in Europe raise concerns about the course of liberal democracy. And now, the current energy crisis, the inflation crisis, provides again oxygen for potentially catastrophic, let me say, anti-systemic waves in Europe. We see that there is a declining in satisfaction of democracy from the side of the citizens. We see the electoral fragmentation that diminishes the effectiveness and the ideological coherence of governance. And over the past few decades, there has been a general decline in voter participation in many European countries, particularly regarding the age groups that are very important, and I'm talking about the young generation, which decides to be absent. And many believe that we have entered a democratic recession period, or others that we are at a new historic circle that reminds us of the interwar period a century ago, ironically, exactly a century ago. So the situation is not only problematic in Europe, but we're surrounded from neighbors, let's say, northeastern and eastern neighbors. We have the war that Russia has started. We have the series of warlike threats from Turkey. So that concludes to the fact that we cannot relax. We have to act, we have to enhance and fortify, let me say, democracy. And one of the strengths of democracy is that it has the power to renew, to reform. So as an optimist myself, I can say that crisis can lead us to reform, to regeneration, to renewal. So that's why we decided to pick this subject for today and organize this discussion. I'd like to thank Marta Setter for organizing this forum and giving us the opportunity to discuss on such important subjects. We have a panel of distinguished guests and speakers. We have the honor to have with us Mr. Kostis Hatzidakis, Minister for Labour and Social Affairs of Greece, MP and Vice President of the New Democracy Party. We have Mr. Thanasis Bakolas, Secretary General of EPP and for years advisor to the Prime Minister of Greece, Kyriakos Mitsotakis, and of course Miriam Lexman, MEP from Slovakia of the EPP group. So we're going to have a round of 3 questions for each of our participants, and then since we're talking about democracy, you're going to take the floor and set your questions to our panel. Unfortunately, Mr. Bakolas will have to leave at 3:45 because you know that he will have to travel to Portugal, so he has to catch a flight. So we will not have him until the end, but I will start with him.
We have our political assembly.
Yes, the political assembly.
Very important.
Mr. Bakolas, how real and how important is the threat to the liberal democracy today? Is it a symptom of systemic ineffectiveness, or is it just a historic circle?
Well, I think the question that you pose is a little bit dramatic, to be quite honest with you. I do not think there is a real threat to liberal democracy, but I think that we're going through a phase where the failure of the political system in general is very vivid towards voters throughout the political spectrum. And these voters are demanding answers. We have new challenges that we are facing as societies. And democracies need to evolve and really need to, for every generation, to answer a fundamental question. What can you do for me? Mm-hmm. Apparently, the voters in Europe are not getting a satisfactory answer. I think, for us, the challenge is not to question, not to have necessarily an existential pursuit about whether liberal democracy is failing or not, but to begin to answer the question, what are we doing wrong? I'll tell you an example. I recently looked at a poll, and as a person who will play an integral role in the 2024 European elections, I'm very concerned about how young people are voting. And if you look at the polling and the analysis, you're going to see a lot of young people talking about the number one issue being corruption, right? Mm-hmm. So a lot of people hear that and they say, corruption. Okay, well, what is an 18-year-old, how does that translate to an 18-year-old? What does corruption mean for somebody who's 19, 20 years old? Does it mean the same thing as it means for my generation and the minister's generation? I don't think so. And I started working on this with my team. And the more you dig into the results of these studies and polling, you find out that what the intrinsic concern of young people is, is the fact that they think a corrupt system in general prohibits them from access to the job market that they desire. So fundamentally, if you look at this specific issue, young people care about the same thing I cared about as a young man: jobs, how am I going to build my future. But they look at it at a different angle, and we need to respect this angle. Are they questioning it more than maybe I did 30 years ago when I was their age? Yes, but fundamentally, we need to ask to give the right answers, and we're not giving them so far.
Mm-hmm. I will come later on to the actual answers that we have to give to them. But Mr. Hatzidakis, I'm coming to you. You're a very well-experienced politician at a national level and at a European level. And I wonder, how do you perceive this? Is there a democratic fatigue?
First of all, thank you for inviting me to participate in today's event. I have to tell you from the very beginning that I feel at home because I've been a member of the European Parliament for 13 years, between 1994 and 2007, so I'm quite familiar with all these proceedings. And I have seen many ups and downs during my presence here in Brussels as regards enthusiasm for European politics and for the EPP, actually. At the beginning in 1994, only 12 states constituted the European Union, including Greece, of course. And I have to tell you that at the time, Euroscepticism existed, of course, but not to the extent it exists today. The same applies to populism, because you remember, of course, that we had two different pillars, basically, in our political system. On the one hand, Christian democracy, on the other hand, social democracy, the liberals in the middle, and the left, which was quite weak at the time. As the time was passing by, everything changed, and I think that this has to do not only with the new realities, I mean, globalization, new technologies, new problems regarding new generation, but to be frank, this new reality has to do with what you called democratic fatigue. Of course, I don't want to say that people do not have real problems, but I think that probably I express a minority position, but I don't believe really that today's young people face worse problem than the young people 20 or 30 years ago. This is not the case. The problem is that the traditional political forces have to reinvent themselves. And the whole thing has to do not only with the policies which are implemented by our party, with our agenda and so on, but in my view, the whole problem has to do with the inspiration. We have, in other words, to explain and inspire, especially those not involved very much in politics, and also we have to inspire young people, which are quite suspicious with politics. And that applies both to national parties belonging to EPP, but also to the EPP itself. And to be even more frank, EPP is has been the dominant political power in Europe for at least 20 years. People are getting tired. This is a rule of life. That's why I said, and I repeated, that we have to reinvent ourselves. It's not necessary for us to become populist, just to become more attractive. That would be a very serious mistake. We have to see what the populists are saying, to have the necessary counter-arguments, but also we have to work at the level of communication, political communication, to come closer to, especially to the youth. This is what I believe. Of course, talking about the future of Europe, we have to stick to our principles, the principles of a really united Europe, but at the same time, we have to listen to those protesting, to understand why they protest, and not to offer simplistic answers, because that would be a very, very serious mistake. But listening to them, to present a new political agenda, credible, pragmatic, realistic, but which will take into account the reasons they protest and also the need as I said, to inspire. I insist on this dimension.
Inspiration is a difficult thing. I wonder, Mrs. Lexman, whether there is actually, whether we take democracy for granted, and this is one of the problems.
Yes, thank you very much for inviting me to this panel, and I really find this topic very timely and important to address from many aspects. Ronald Reagan said, and I'm not sure how he said it clearly, but I'm kind of paraphrasing his words, that we have to nurture democracy because there is always the risk that we are the last generation living and enjoying democracy. And yes, democracy needs to be nurtured and needs to be filled in by values. I sometimes am wondering when democracy as such is already considered being a value, because I think that it's a system which we can fill in with values or not. I mean, in a history we have countries which consider themselves democratic, but as a result they were not. And I would mention 3 challenges I believe that we are facing, or liberal democracy or democracy is facing today in the EU. There was this question, what democracy can do for me? And in order to answer this question, the EU has taken down the path thinking that we can gain 2 results by 1 hit. When we will continue involving in economic cooperation with not democratic regimes, we will help our countries to become richer and create economic values in our countries, and at the same time change these countries into democracies. Unfortunately, after some time we have realized that this doesn't work, that countries which are not democratic and totalitarian regime through our economic cooperation are not changing, but the contrary. They are using our economic cooperation in strengthening the regime as such, as well as representing a risk, and today hybrid risk, to our democracies. And we can also say that this was a betrayal to a certain extent of our own values. And I will tell you an example which is very explicit, what happened in the European Parliament, where we have given a Sakharov Prize to Ilham Tohti, but at the same time, when COVID started, we have installed thermal cameras in the European Parliament produced by slavers of Urgu at the Urgu region and produced by a Chinese company which is using slaver work of Urguis. And I think this is a clear contradiction to our values, and it's after all weakening our democracy, not only because we are not consistent, but also because we give these regimes space to influence directly our democracies through hybrid threats, to manipulation of the public opinion, and through economic threats, through blackmailing and using the dependency we have vis-à-vis these regimes economically. I mean, very clear example of this is also what happened now in terms of energy, when we, despite of the fact that the EU has decided that we will have to diversify our sources of energy, it was 7 years ago we agreed on this, we haven't done the steps. We did not protect our own citizens from the risk we are facing at the moment, because we did not fulfill our own decision, knowing that dependency is a threat not only economically, but also to our democracy. And we see it also through different hybrid threats which are going along this energy crisis. Another aspect where we have to look into, I mean, in terms of the EU, is, I mean, I was talking about the external way how we need to safeguard liberal democracy, is the way how we perceive to our decision-making within the European Union. And here I would like to highlight the principle of subsidiarity. It's absolutely vital that we are we stick to this principle. And I was just coming here, I was just thinking that if this principle has a Greek term, that during the Greek democracy, if there was already equivalent to this principle, because we know that it was, brought to or coined, this term was coined by the Catholic Church as reaction to actually the Marxist decision-making, where everything was supposed to be top-down. This system or this principle was introduced in order to address social issues in a society, but at the same time protect freedom of a human being, which I believe that's why, the importance of this system is so crucial for the European Union, that it helps us to address the social issues on an appropriate level, and at the same time at such a level when it, to minimum extent, limits freedom and protects the human dignity. And maybe, again, an example of the subsidiarity issue, how we are not consistent and not prioritizing properly what needs to be addressed on the EU level. Another story, when China introduced a ban to Lithuanian products, as a result that China opened a Taiwan office Lithuania opened a Taiwan office. I was trying to alarm the European Parliament that we are going to address this, because this is not attack on Lithuania, this is attack on the common market. And I believed, as we had the plenary coming, that this is something the European Parliament has to address. We need to say, what are we going to do when a country like China threatens our common market? And I was told that there is no space in the plenary any longer to introduce this topic, because the timing is already very tight. But we had time to discuss for 2.5 hours sexual and reproductive health rights. This is a very important topic, but according to the principle of subsidiarity, this topic belongs to the member states. Health issues and cultural and moral issues and legal issues in terms of family belongs to the member states. And my question is, the prioritization of topic, where the EU or what topics the EU is picking up, where we can actually bring a common good, where we can bring the additional value, this is exactly what we need to learn how to choose. And I believe that this is where the EU is walking on a very thin ice, that we are often dealing with issues which are dividing us, where we have no responsibility. The EU treaties do not grant us competencies. Of course, these are important issues, but we need to focus on issues which are where we can make decisions which are bringing the additional values to the member states, and additional values or additional goods to the citizens. And the final topic I would like to mention, or the final point, is that we cannot allow that the word liberal is being ideologized, because I am afraid that this is another dividing line when people discussing if they trust or do not trust to liberal democracy. But when the word liberal is considered as a representative of a certain political stream, then of course this agreement or on this kind of structure is dividing us. And I believe that we cannot allow this. For example, now in Slovakia, I'm using another term for the liberal when I talk about free democracy, because people then understand what I mean. Unfortunately, I'm afraid that this term is taken away from us, and we need to take it back.
That's a very important issue. I will note that down. Mr. Bakolas highlighted before the importance of problem solving, and we have with us a well-known problem solver politician, Mr. Hatzidakis, who just a few days ago presented with the Prime Minister the results of the new pension awarding system. Just for the international audience to say that if you were a pensioner, until now you had to wait from 3 to up to 10 years to receive your pension. Now that number reduced into 2 months, or 3 months, if I remember well. So, Mr. Hatzidakis, first, brief us a bit about this development, and if you can tell us how political effectiveness can actually support, enhance democracy.
As you all know, the left-wing politicians consider the sector of social policy as their prerogative, as their bastion. They believe at least that we are suspicious of betraying people in this sector, having some very simplistic approach on this issue. I didn't have any illusions when the Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis decided to appoint me this post as Minister of Labour and Social Affairs. And from the very beginning, we had consecutive attacks on behalf of Syriza and Mr. Tsipras in Greece, saying that two neoliberal politicians, Mitsotakis and myself, will demolish the foundations of social policy in Greece, despite, of course, that their record was not so remarkable. That's why they lost the elections. People decided for Syriza to be in opposition. Anyway, we made it clear from the very beginning that no one has the monopoly of social sensitivity or sensibility. Of course, we don't claim that we have the monopoly, but we underline that the question is not who is more sensitive towards those in need, but who is more effective, socially effective. That is the belief of our Prime Minister, Mr. Mitsotakis. This is what we believe in the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs. And having this approach, I think that in a few years, in 3 years' time, we have a very good record as regards our social policy, to the extent that last July, the Prime Minister, Mr. Mitsotakis, was the first Prime Minister of the center-right in Greece, asking, it was his own initiative, for a debate on the level of political leaders regarding the social policy. That was a privilege, I would say, of the socialists or the communists in the past in Greece. And the fact that we took this initiative is closely linked with the results we have to present, starting from unemployment rate. As you know, Greece was affected by a severe, unprecedented crisis between 2010 and 2019. The unemployment rate when we took power was 17.5%. Today it is 11.8%. Of course, we don't celebrate for having this result because unemployment rate is quite high. But however, there is a visible progress which is linked to the policies of the government, the taxation policy, the social security policy. We reduce taxes, we reduce social contributions, we cut red tape as regards business licensing, and so on. This is something which is quite visible, quite clear And this is one of the reasons why, despite the populist opposition of the other parties, this is the reason why New Democracy continues to be well ahead in the opinion polls, all the opinion polls in Greece. That was not the only positive result of our policy. Last week, as Mr. Kakoliris said, we presented the results concerning the pension award system, where we had a tremendous backlog traditionally in Greece, a significant delay regarding the pensions award system. By changing the model and by cooperating with the private sector as well, we had, I think, a tremendous success. And now we can compete with well-advanced countries like, for example, France or Germany, as regards this dimension. At the same time, we took benefit of the Recovery and Resilience Fund and the structural funds in order to have some new social programs with the aim to have, of course, value for money. Because this is not the first time we had community funding in Greece. That is the case for all the European member states. But our emphasis is how to have, as I said, value for money with some specific programs which have added value for the society. For example, our MP, Mr. Kibropoulos, is here. We have a new, we construct, to be precise, a new system, the personal assistant for disabled people. This is something totally new in Greece, but I think it is something very well received by, not only by disabled people, but by everybody in the Greek society. Something which underlines not only the sensitivity, but also the effectiveness of the government as regards social policy. At the same time, once again, having as a basic tool community funding, we promote other ideas like the nannies of neighborhoods in order to address the demographic problem, the very acute demographic problem we have in Greece, and reconcile, of course, personal or family, if you prefer, and professional life. Anyway, I will not explain, responding to the question of Mr. Kakoliris, the whole social policy in Greece. What I would like, anyway, to underline is that, of course, talking about social policy in Greece, we take into account economic fundamentals. We are not a populist government, we are not a populist party. We know that there are certain limits as regards social policy measures, but at the same time, we put emphasis on value for money on the one hand, and also we try to implement some new ideas, especially in cooperation with the private sector, in order to have more visible progress.
It sounds simple. It was not. I can say that. Mrs. Lexon, I'm coming to you because you are a member of the Employment Committee, and following what Mr. Hatzidakis described as achievements of our government in social policy, I would like to ask you, how do you believe social policies can actually help us address existing challenges that are fueling anti-systemic voting?
Yes, thank you very much. I will again to put it in different layers. I'll start with the national layer because social committee to a certain extent is a competence of the member state, for example, in terms of the social support of families. And I believe that one thing when the Christian Democrats, the EPP, can help is to bring more justice to social policy. I mean, we do know that family is our priority number one, but often the way how the social policies are set doesn't create a just system where, for example, parents who are taking care of small children are contributing to the economy and to the social business, but the value in terms of money they are receiving is not adequate to how much they are actually contributing to the economy and the social system of the country. And I believe that we should look at this as EPP in our member states, because this is something which can help also to increase the birth rates, but also to make our system more just, that the mother or a father who decide to take care of children for a certain time are supported because we consider this being a valuable input in a society. I mean, in Slovakia, women who have children are on a maternity leave or parental leave, parents are really suffering. I know that it's a different system in different countries, but in many countries, the financial support to parents who take care of small children is not adequate to the value they are contributing to the society. But let me bring it on a European level, and I just again bring two examples of two laws we are just at the moment working on in the European Parliament. And my colleague Stelios, he's also a member of EMPL, and we are working on many issues. And I would say, maybe this is a third thing, it's absolutely important. In our common market, the free movement of services and goods and people should be guaranteed. And we should take care of people who have disabilities to be so free. And this is our moral duty, to put the legislation in that way that people who have some support in order to be able to enjoy these freedoms need our support. But two acts at the moment in the European Parliament. Platform workers, this is a legislation we are at the moment creating, where unfortunately this considers 28 million workers who work for Uber, Volt, Bolt, and different platforms, where unfortunately the left in the parliament is pushing that all these people should be reclassified and be employed by the platforms. We do have this example in Switzerland when such law was passed. All these people lost their jobs because the platforms were, the whole business was completely ruined. We are taking the risk now at the European Parliament. Can you imagine what the workers at the moment, in what kind of legal uncertainty they live? And these are people who are making the living for the families, poor students whose parents cannot support them. They are doing additional income so they can study, they can do whatever they need to do, or parents who are taking shifts in taking care of small children. We are putting these people at enormous risk because they know that this legislation is being discussed and they know what threats is above them. But I will tell you another law, which is not a law which concerns in a primary matter the social policies, but has an impact on a social behavior, is the AI Act. The AI Act on artificial intelligence at the moment does not classify the artificial intelligence regulating the economy of attention as a high risk AI. which means that should not be regulated. We do know the dramatic impact of social media already now, the social bubbles, the content which is giving us, how much it divides a society, how much it creates divisions, aggression among people, dissatisfaction, and this all leads to lack of trust to institutions, lack of trust to experts, and lack of trust in democracy. And the proposal in the European, which is at the desk of the European Parliament, does not consider this AI as a high risk. That means that we should not touch it. I find this as absolutely irresponsible, because we do know already now that the social media and the way how AI regulates the content online is having a dramatic impact on our societies.
Mm-hmm. You referred to social media, and that brings me to the issue of communication, because it is important not only to act, but also to make people understand what we're doing and which are the effects of what we're doing as politicians. And my personal view is that political communication has to be science-based, data-driven, but also it has to have the aspect of empathy towards people. It's what I call intelimo communication, intelligent and emotional. But we have with us a very experienced person in communication. Mr. Bakolas has a big career in communication, and I would like to ask him about how important you think communication with the citizens is in order to cope with what we discussed as a democratic fatigue.
Well, I think, I spoke about a few minutes ago about the polling that we have done regarding young people, and a lot of them throughout Europe talking about corruption and associating this with jobs. It's the need for fact-based, science-based approach to communication is fundamental, because you cannot just look at the surface of your findings. You need to be very analytical. But in a sense, what you want to do is really think and struggle over the answers that you get, in order to begin giving the right answers. You cannot do this unless you understand what the real needs, the real asks of our citizens are. Listen, I'm far more optimistic about democracy and liberal democracy, I guess. And I think one of the reasons why is because as I look towards the next European Parliament elections, I of course look internally, look at us, look at the EPP. And when I look at the EPP, I see center-right parties throughout Europe following this long-standing tradition of pragmatism. Right? We care about the policies we put forth, and we care that these policies are effective for the people, because the people are ultimately at the center of these policies. However, you need to be very analytical regarding your approach. You need to think about it. You need to struggle about this, because it's a double-edged sword for us at the EPP. Mm-hmm. When you try to be so pragmatic, so effective, so governance focused, it's a complicated exercise, and it's not sexy enough, ultimately. Mm-hmm. It's not sellable. When you try to communicate the intricacies involved in reaching policy decisions, you got to do it effectively, because otherwise you're going to lose people in the process. But I think that's our strength at the EPP. And this is what has allowed us to be true to our fundamental values, but also win the center. You know, we do not do like our opponents in other political parties where, you know, they rely on simplistic labels. We need to articulate more thought-based policies. And that's why the EPP has, and its member parties have been dominant over the decades. But this is the thing, as my example indicates. If your narrative does not land, doesn't mean much. So the question is, why did this narrative land for so many decades, and it doesn't land as effectively as it did before? Well, the simple answer is that our political opponents, the left, the Greens, the socialists, have become more vocal. And they have decided that labels matter. Good, bad, positive, negative. It's as simple as that. I'm progressive. You're not progressive. I'm liberal. You're illiberal. I'm pro-environment. You're against the environment. So as I look at the next elections in 2024, which is, you know, my main objective, I think it is, I'm very pessimistic, not about the EPP, but I'm very pessimistic about the other political parties. Because not only are they unable, because they don't have the cohesion and unity we do as a party, but they are also unwilling to go beyond the labels. Green. I must be right on anything regarding climate policy. Well, you know, the fact of the matter is that the Greens were agreeable to a Fit for 85 arrangement than a Fit for 55 arrangement, if we remember correctly. And we all know what that would do to business, what this would do to employment, and this would do to society at large. So it's a big challenge.
Are we going to have a change in our campaign as an EPP, I mean?
Well, of course we need to, you know, when you are confronted by, it's easy to go populist. It's easy to go superficial. And that's the choice being made by other political parties. If our other political parties were policy inclined, I mean, if we were going to have a real debate, a real fight based on policies and who has the best policy, then we could have communication that was substantive and positive, and everybody would be happy. But the decision has been made, and I guess that's the real challenge here when we talk about liberal democracy. The decision has been made to fight based on labels, based on absolute arguments of good and bad. So, well, of course, this requires a change in our tactics. I mean, we still are going to rely on policies to win the center and win and be the #1 party in the European Parliament in the 2024 elections, where we have to do it much more assertively, much more dynamically. And we cannot let anybody just say whatever, you know, they want and just let it drop. Mm-hmm. Is that good? You know, yes, I think it is good. I really do think it's good. I think that it's going to be good for the EPP to duke it out with these forces, because ultimately, where where are we going to land? We're going to land on policies. Policies is what wins votes. And policy is the only thing that can really unite. But it's okay if we do it a little bit more assertively than before.
Okay. I know that your driver is going to hate me, but I will ask you a final question, a quick one. Are we going to see a change in the relations between EPP and national parties? Is this a part of your strategy?
Well, absolutely. I mean, sometimes the relationship between two entities is considered, very, complex, etc. But sometimes it's just enough to ask. Just enough to ask. I mean, who talks to who on what subject? So, and I think that as I've been doing this over the past couple of months, when I've been asking our political parties, who talks to my policy guy, who talks to my media spokesperson, who talks to my campaign person, name it. They're willing to do it. And it's amazing why sometimes, we get, in the past, this thing became complicated. But we need to do this because real content on European issues comes from our member parties. But we also, as a political party, have a lot to offer and should offer our member parties because, they pay dues to be, so we got to deliver something back to them. So yes, it will fundamentally change, but it will change just because we're going to start asking the questions that we had to start asking from the very beginning. So we'll do it anew, and we'll get there.
Okay. Thank you very much indeed. Have
Thank
a nice
you.
flight.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister.
In fact, I had some more questions, but I think it's time for you to set the questions. After all, as I said, we're talking about democracy. So if you have any questions, you can just say your title, your name and your title, and we can have a round of questions, if there are any. If not, I will continue. Can I have the microphone, please?
Well, thank you very much. I think that Mr. Hatzidakis said what is going in Greece and how important for Greece and for the current governance is the social policy, and that we try to deliver issues that and to claim the social policy, saying that is not only for left and leftist party, but also is in our DNA and Nea Demokratia DNA, giving after the pace of Kyriakos Mitsotakis and following Kostas Hatzidakis in the social policy and employment and social policy legislation, brings what Greece needs. And we need to talk for homeless issues, we need to talk about LGBTQ issues, we need to talk about disabled issues, we need to talk about whatever society concerns. And I think that on this area we have succeeded. And for Greek EPP delegation, is our duty to bring this claiming of social policy into our EPP group. And my question is regarding the topic of today's discussion, how do you see the future for EPP regarding these topics and these values? How can we bring into discussion in EPP group and EPP party in order to show to our citizens that we are here and we fight for them, for these values, because society discusses this, society has this concern. So it's our duty to discuss also in our party, and it is very good that we are here today to have this kind of discussion. Thank you very much, all of you.
Mr. Kyperopoulos, thank you very much. Inclusive democracy is an important aspect, and I would like your thoughts.
Yes, I believe that what probably is the role of the EPP here is to maybe share good examples and good practices, because of course the social policies are defined differently in the member states, and it's very difficult to find a kind of one solution fits all. But what I believe, what can be maybe encouraged, because we are facing similar challenges, facing similar problems, maybe to open up a fora within the EPP that we can come up with solutions, or at least inspire each other on what works, on what doesn't work. Of course, only partially the social policies belong to the European level, where what I said, where example maybe there is what is needed, and as a member of EMPL, what I see is probably what we need is a better coordination and better define what our achievements or what our strategy is. Because again, the kind of different approaches in the member states and of the different members within the EPP often, although we are the biggest group, often divides us so strongly that we are unable to pursue our positions in the final legislation or documents. What I find very sad, that practically we are still the biggest group, but we let the others to decide on our behalf because of our inability to find, I mean, I'm not sure if I should use the word compromise, but a solution which would somehow be able to accept by the different member parties of the EPP.
Thank you, Mr. Hatzidakis.
Stelios Kyperopoulos referred to the ideas of the EPP, the ideological pillars of the EPP. I wouldn't put into question our ideological pillars. I don't think that we should start having doubts regarding our ideological beliefs or our principles. The problem of the EPP now has to do with the way we present ourselves. It has to do with the personalities in some member states, at least. We have to have a frank discussion here. And also, it has to do with packaging, the way we present ourselves and our ideas. And of course, talking about the next European elections, in my view, we shouldn't forget that the basic item for us should be the fight against populism. Attention, in an assertive way, not by justifying or explaining why populists are exaggerating, but by underlying that populism is the real enemy for the society and especially for the poor, for those in need. Why do I underline that? Because I have the Greek experience. We have a privilege in Greece. Greece was the first European country affected by the populism. The populism won in Greece in 2015 when Syriza took power. So we have the experience, our party has the experience of some other party being in power, but also Greek people. And in 2019, we won populism not by having a reluctant approach or by, trying to convince people that we made mistakes, but okay, now we have changed our minds. But by defending the principles of liberal democracy, of political pragmatism. And this is what I suggest that the EPP should do in the upcoming European elections. Not all the others, some of the other political parties on the left and on the right, the extreme right, represent populism. So we have to underline that, and we have to reinvent ourselves with new political personalities where it is necessary, with a new political packaging, and by focusing on populism as the basic enemy of the society, as opposed to a pragmatic and realistic and common sense approach expressed by our party. This is what I believe, Mr. Kakouliris.
Thank you very much. Organizers are waving hands that we have to conclude. So my last point is that historically, EPP is a driving force, has been a driving force for democracy, for the European project. But there are more challenges ahead of us, and this is an ongoing process that requires constant efforts from our side. And what I can say from our side is that the Martin Center and the Konstantinos Karamanlis Institute for Democracy will support this political endeavor. So I would like to thank our participants for joining us today. I would like to thank our partners, Martin Center, all the team, of course, Mr. President, Tommy, Panos, and all the Martin Center people. And of course, I would like to thank you for having the patience to listen an hour's discussion about democracy. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks. He said, oui, so much. Well, I've been told to start because everything is timely, and if you start later and you stop at the time you have less time available. So, ladies and gentlemen, dear Anna Michelle Asimakopoulos, dear Ms. Bonou, dear Tommy, dear friends, dear guests, on behalf of the Untitled Foundation, I would like to warmly welcome you to our panel discussion on the EU's role in revitalizing the global trade system. First of all, I would like to congratulate Mikuláš Dzurinda, thank you very much, and Tommy Hutanen, and the whole team of the Martin Center on an, again, exceptional Netted Work event. We are delighted to be part of it as Untitled Foundation, and we are very happy that we meet in person again, and not only in a virtual world. Coming to the issue, the World Trade Organization is in a crisis, and if you would say something else, you would be a liar. The problems are complex, as always, but Europeans are used to deal with complex problems. Clear tendencies towards protectionism, state interventions, as well as national go-it-alones, better known as unilateralism, can be observed. The main problem, however, is the disunity among the 164 WTO member states. And according to the rules, it's very difficult if those 164 are not united. In recent years, the WTO has not lived up to its original purpose to be a forum for the further liberalization of world trade and to achieve compliance with existing WTO agreements and to settle conflicts between contracting parties. As a result, there has been an increasing bilateralization of economic and trade relations worldwide, often regarded as the easier alternative by individual states, and even the European Union went to this path as WTO agreements became poorer and poorer. Indeed, the conclusion of comprehensive free trade agreements between the European Union and trading partner countries proves to be difficult. CETA and Mercosur, for example, are encountering resistance in several EU member states, not least due to a shift in political priorities towards the increased requirements of the European Green Deal and the Sustainable Development Goals. But if I will only mention the state I know best, where at the moment, at every week, when the Parliament is meeting, the CETA agreement is on the agenda, and then it is put down from the agenda again by the governing majority in the Parliament that shows the problems. Although we got a judgment from the Constitutional Court of Germany that Germany could ratify CETA without putting the existence of the Federal Republic of Germany into question, which was never my doubt, but it's very good to learn that even by the Constitutional Court. And if you read the Austrian coalition treaty, there's a clear mandate not to ratify CETA. But if we are not able to make an agreement with, I think, a developed democracy, Canada, I ask myself, where else in the world can we find partners? And not starting with all the Mercosur problems. I think on the panel you will come to some of those issues. But even with Mercosur, it should be in our interest as European Union to have a good agreement. Yet, there can be no doubt that a free trade agenda supported by a broad number of countries has the potential to bring about the greatest trade benefits and thus the greatest welfare gains. Some put that into question, but if you see what's happening now, if globalization comes more and more to an end, does not make us wealthier, richer, or social stabler. It makes us more unstable. So consequently, bilateral or plurilateral agreements are generally second best, of course, to genuine multilateral agreements that include a large number of participating countries. The revitalization and strengthening of the WTO should thus be a desirable and worthwhile project from a national, I hope, from a European, of course, and from a global perspective. To achieve this end, the reform of the WTO is urgently needed and should be the top priority of the European trade policy. A revitalization of the multilateral rule-based trade system should not only concentrate on institutional and organizational issues, but also include the modernization of the existing WTO arrangements with aspects such as digitalization and sustainability. For this, the European Union must take on a more proactive role. I think that is more than imperative. But what does it mean in concrete terms regarding WTO modernization, EU trade policy priorities, and relations with other major players such as China or the United States? I will not answer these questions. I leave that now to our panelists, and I look forward to the experts' views on these and other related issues. And I'm delighted to welcome to our discussion Anna-Michelle Asimakopoulos, the Vice Chair of the Committee on International Trade of the European Parliament, and Sofia Bonu, the Senior Advisor at Business Europe. Let me now hand over to our moderator, Tommi Hutanen, Executive Director at the Martin Center. Thank you very much, and Tommi, the floor is yours. Pleasure.
Please.
Amen.
All right.
Amen. Amen.
Okay. Final course.
Τέλεια. Καλό ταξίδι. Φιλάκια.
All right. Thank you very much, Chairman Ferber. And indeed, welcome to the panel. So this is the so-called, every big conference has a trade panel. So this is about trade. We are going to discuss the EU's role, as mentioned, in revitalising the global trade system. But what we are going to really discuss about is, yes, exactly WTO issue, but we are going to touch the issue of EU-US trade in maybe the EU's trade agenda. Mr. Chairman Ferber already mentioned that. You know, how does it? What has been the adaptation? Take into account the current political developments for Ukraine. What has changed? What has changed in the whole narrative of trade, and in trade in larger part. Also, you know, in just last panel or a couple of panels ago, we were discussing a lot about EU's perspectives with its neighborhood, and the question is to which extent trade liberalization could be the tool. But let's go, as the WTO issue was mentioned there, and two issues, by the way, before we start. First of all, we have online audience, so welcome you too. Secondly, we are going to have the discussion rather in a global level. So in trade you have the political layer, you have very technical layer. But just the sake of it, as we are political foundations, I keep it rather in a global political level. But of course, all kind of questions are accepted. And third, technical, if you can just close your phones and put it in silence, because that would help the further discussion. So, and yes, our two panelists, Chairman Ferber already introduced it quickly, but I just repeat. So we have Anna-Michelle Asimakopoulos. He's a member of the European Parliament from EPP Group, Vice Chair of Committee on International Trade of the European Parliament. She has extensive curriculum vitae, but I would emphasize the point of her work history in the United States. She knows, among other things, very well that political climate and that discussion. And then we have Sofia Bonu, a senior advisor of Business Europe, also expert on WTO reform, trade issues, but especially, and I think interesting on today as we know the global developments, EU-Russia relation, trade issues related to Eastern Partnership countries, South Mediterranean dimension. So as we are only three of us here, or two speakers, I think we have a lot of time to touch many issues, and also I will try to take you, our dear audience, to discussions from the very beginning. So after the opening questions, just raise your hand and up we go. So I will start. Madam Asimakopoulos, So about this WTO reform, how do you, and take into account what Mr. Weber has said, I feel, as we have been following 20 years this discussion on trade, this WTO, reform has been always in the agenda, and nothing much has happened. Actually, for moderator, it's sometimes hugely, frustrated to try to say something interesting, or because not much is moving. However, as Mr. Weber said, there's now more clear demand and also maybe some political momentum of various reasons, as Mr. Weber said. The China aspect, for example. But let's go to the WTO reform, because as the saying goes, everybody else speaks about WTO reform, except the WTO itself. In that context, so what's your take?
I hadn't heard that. First of all, thank you very much, Tommy. Thank you very much also to my honorable colleague, Markus Ferber. It's a pleasure to be here with Sophia also. Okay, well, let me just say that when I accepted to speak here, the first thing I noticed was the title, which is the EU's role in revitalising the global trade system. So that's already an optimistic start. I mean, I'm used to speaking at panels that have, titles like Global Trade in Crisis or The End of Globalization and Free Trade, etc. So we're starting on an optimistic note. And I'll continue this optimistic note. WTO reform. Look, we have to admit that WTO is in crisis. Yes, I can't imagine there's anybody who says anything different than that. And I think that the United States has a major role to play in that. So I was one of the people who was very, very hopeful that with the, let's say, change of government in the United States, we would have a whole restart, revitalization of this relationship. In fact, I think what we have is less tweets and less nastiness. So we have a different level of rhetoric, but in reality, we pretty much have the same policy. So yes, Biden and Tai are saying, oh yes, we want to reform the WTO and we want to find a solution for the appellate body, but every time we sit down and try and find a solution, they don't want to find a solution. People who want to find a solution want to find a solution. And I also think, though, that, when we were talking about MC12, we had the bar really low in terms of expectations. In the end, that turned out a little bit better. It's kind of like the midterm elections. That turned out a little bit better than what we expected. I mean, at least there was something on fisheries. There's something on the TRIPS waiver. My assistant is constantly frustrated because he writes me these wonderful speeches and then I never make them. But he has written one very good phrase about WTO, which is after MC12, which is the bottom line is it lives to fight another day. And so I'll keep that line because I think it very much expresses what's going on. Now, I was the shadow rapporteur on the enforcement regulation, so Europe already had to do something to circumvent the stalemate at the WTO at the appellate level when its pillar of resolving dispute resolution has basically collapsed. And from that, we got to the ACI, the anti-coercion instrument, which is something that's now going to trilogues and I hope will be completed. And if you complement that with other defensive instruments that we've been looking at lately, like the foreign subsidies and the public procurement instrument, then you basically have the European Union setting up a network that is not aggressively trying to downgrade the multilateral rules-based system, which we like to champion even at the WTO level, but is at least trying realistically to protect itself in this new multipolar world where trade is being weaponized and the WTO is not offering the solutions that it used to offer. Now, that, on the other side, should be complemented by us pursuing bilaterally all these trade agreements. You mentioned, or Marx mentioned, Mercosur, which is stalemated, or CETA, which has problems. There's other things in the works. There's Chile, there's Indonesia, there's Australia, there's New Zealand, there's India, just to mention some. I've only been here 3 years, so I'm not as tired from this conversation as many people might be. But having said that, I can tell you that as Vice Chair of the International Trade Committee, really, trade is pretty much the last thing we talk about. When we talk about we've been talking about TSD chapters since the beginning, since I've been there. We've been talking about how trade is a vehicle for us to promote, which is fine with me, our values, whether this has to do with gender, with the environment, et cetera. But at the same time, now we've supposedly reached this historical compromise on TSD chapters where we've agreed as EPP, we've taken the position, fine, we should have enforceable ones provisionally and only under certain circumstances as a last resort. But still, we're not going ahead with these trade agreements. So in the end, yes, we're champions of multilateralism. Yes, we want the WTO. Yes, we're willing to continue working on it. But I think realistically, we have to both protect ourselves, which is something we're doing, and we have to expand the web of these trade agreements that we have as European Union. And I think we're trying to do that as well. And there are many voices in the EPP and amongst my colleagues who are championing this.
Yeah, already many aspects. So you're kind of, long story short, focus on the bilateral trade agreement.
Yes.
And
don't give up on the WTO.
Yes.
Continue to fight, but be pragmatic, be realistic, focus on protecting ourselves where we can't use the WTO, and also focus on our own deals.
Yeah. Before going to Sofia, but could it be that the whole, if you look now a couple of years back, there's a new revival of, transatlantic relations.
Yes.
And the motivation is China. So suddenly the
motivation on their part is China.
Yes, exactly,
yeah.
their part. but as you could say that in the Congress, for us it has been less of an interest of the trade lately, and comparing to Juncker Commission, but in US side even less, I would claim, no?
Maybe.
And so
you want me to scare you, really? I'm ready? I'm going to scare you.
Scare me softly,
TTIP.
Okay, yes. Yeah, but you think about.
But Schultz did it because he scared us before I scared you. Yes.
Okay, I will come back to that. Exactly what the motivations of that. So Sofia, how do you see that? How do you? What's your take, especially from business point of view? Big multilateral companies following this discussion. What's the approach? What's your take on the whole reform issue?
I think that I couldn't agree more with the discussion so far, that we are at a very critical juncture when it comes to global trade, because we have been talking about how globalization is changing, whether it is business as usual for us, for governments, but also for businesses, or we need to adapt. And I think that from a Business Europe perspective, we clearly need to adapt. We cannot continue to operate as business as usual in this environment. It's not only that we have the WTO in the crisis, it's not only the fact that our trade agreements are not advancing so fast, but of course it is the broader context that we are operating in. So you referred to the war in Ukraine. This is a very critical point, coupled with the COVID-19 pandemic and all the aftermath that we had from these lockdowns, especially in China. We see how supply chains are being affected. So how do we incorporate this in our trade agreements? How do we incorporate that in the other EU policies? And I have in mind raw materials, for instance, and how we have access to those critical raw materials and inputs that we need for the fight against climate change or digital transformation. So this is a dimension that, from a business perspective, is something that we always need to have in mind, because we are future-oriented, we see the crisis, but we also want to find solutions for the future. And I completely agree that we need to continue to defend a rules-based system. We rely very much on WTO rules. Let's not forget that we do not have a free trade agreement with China or with the US. So the two major trading partners are, the relationships are based on WTO rules. And if those rules are not modernized, are not updated, or are lacking in certain areas, then we have not the best framework to operate in. So definitely the reform of the WTO is very relevant for us. And we want a deep reform. It's not only to solve the appellate body crisis and convince the US that it makes sense that we have an effective and neutral, dispute settlement system at multilateral level, But we need to discuss about new rules. We need to discuss about the monitoring system. We even have to discuss about the decision-making process in the WTO. So I think that from a business perspective, these are the points that we discuss very much with our members. And the problem that we see, as Mrs. Asimakopoulou was saying, is that despite the change in the US administration, we don't see a real change when it comes to policy. This administration is not focusing at all on trade liberalization. How can we convince them? We see all these examples with the Inflation Reduction Act. Is localization a way to improve market access? We believe it is not, for instance. And then, TTIP was mentioned there, but I want to refer to the TTC as an example which works, but has definitely the potential to work better. And there I also agree with Mrs. Asimakopoulou. It is the US that sees this as a means, to tackle China's practices. We, from a European business perspective, very much want to see it as a forum to promote transatlantic trade and relations. And this is why we look forward to the new meeting that is coming up on the 5th of December to see how we can have more tangible outcomes in areas that are very, very practical for businesses. I have in mind artificial intelligence. I have in mind export controls. I have in mind FDI screening, for instance, or standards in the digital area.
Okay, good. Madam Asimakopoulou scared me with TTIP, and as you mentioned Germany, and as I see Mr. Weber still there, would you mind on, commenting, if you have a mic, would be that okay, a little bit comment on the recent, which was in the media, on the Chancellor, proposing the TTIP. Can I have your comment? Because I was a little bit puzzled of that, because we all know that the narrative, if we look where the TTIP, the scary word, died, is the most difficult discussion was in Germany. So how do you see that proposal? Would you?
Yeah. Want that one? Do I have to do something? It's off. That's what I see. Yeah, I try like that. So I come over here. I was surprised as well, and I'm not a spokesperson of this government, as you can imagine. I do not belong to one of the three coalition parties. Because especially one or even two of the three coalition parties fought against TTIP here in the European Parliament. The Social Democrats, right. The German Social Democrats and the Greens. So therefore, I was a little bit surprised to hear about that. And even in my talks, I'm not as experienced as you are, but in my talks in the United States, I always heard, oh no, don't do the big one. Let's do the small steps, what is possible, and give it a different name, give different shape, and then we are more successful, and we most probably do not even have to ratify it. Yeah, if we start technical standards, things like that. So I was surprised that especially the German government, who was in this composition never a front runner for free trade agreements,
exactly.
Was mentioning especially the one, as those parties always said, CETA is the blueprint for TTIP, that's why we have to be against CETA. And so please don't ask me for any explanation. I was puzzled like you.
All right. Okay. So, taking that and what was said before, so is our reality now that actually in EU-US trade discussion, actually we should not go for the big bang, but actually it is what Trade and Technology Council, and keep it on the political radar, because that's what's happened. Trade deals in the EU for decades, big things were happening, nobody noticed until one day, maybe our, certain movement, maybe our eastern neighborhood a little bit activated that, funding certain foundations who funded then certain kind of discussion in Germany. We had the problem because, when TTIP fell, it was big hit. You remember, in these panels we were discussing that TTIP is the symbol of EU-US relations, and if it falls, we're all going to whatever. But now we are here. So is that the way then? Focus on Trade and Technology Council, try to get there the issues through what can be done, and then focus on the bilateral trade discussions. Is that the strategy now?
I'll leave the trade psychoanalysis of the TTIP, but I do think it's dead. I mean, reading up this morning, trying to understand why this was mentioned by Schultz. Whereas, as Marcus mentioned astutely, I mean, he was, his party was the one who didn't want it in the first place. So it's crazy that they're suggesting reviving it. I think it's a negotiating ploy just to, put something out there. I think that the Inflation Reduction Act has really, really done damage to our relationship now. I mean, I think that's really serious. And I think it's very serious for Germany too, but it's serious. I mean, and this rhetoric that I heard, because I was in DC 2 weeks ago, that, okay, don't take it so seriously, we'll find a solution. That's not so easy now to find a solution. If I understand from this is not a question of legal scrubbing. This is actually now a question of how you would do this. So it's not so easy. So I would be with the majority here, and Sophia and Marcus, that the TTC is pretty much the place where we need to focus now. Like I said in many of my talks about the TTC, we know what the T's stand for, trade and technology. The question is, what does the C stand for? And I think, because this isn't like TTIP. This isn't an agreement. This is just sort of a forum. But we do see it working, and we do see that when it came to a joint action against Putin for Ukraine, we had this export control group. And so we immediately had a forum where we could, we could act. So I think that the C stands for compatibility, trying to, find a way for our relationship to be compatible, whether this has to do with our trade measures, whether that has to do with our technology standards, whether it has to do with anything that's in the working groups of the TTC. And I'm also hopeful that there'll be some progress. That's the place to be right now. And I think it's also the maximum of where our relationship can be, and probably a good place for us to discuss what's going to happen with the Inflation Reduction Act, because, the Americans were pretty freaked out when we announced the ACI. Then the ACI turned out to be more about, China as opposed to about America, which is what they were afraid of in the beginning. Now, the Inflation Reduction Act is about us. So I don't know what kind of magic they're going to pull out of there. They have to pull a rabbit out of their hat to make us more comfortable about this. But if it's going to be pulled out any place, the TTC is a good forum for it to be. I wouldn't try and go any further than that right now. I think we're strained enough.
Yeah. Okay. Before going to Sophia,
I didn't mean to be pessimistic after your optimistic,
exactly.
title, but hey.
Keep the smile. Still, we can, we are open, by the way, for the audience. So you just try to scan the audience, and you raise the hand, and I pick up. But on that, so I turn back to Sophia. On that, do you agree? So basically, the message, as I understood, was that we focus on Trade and Technology Council. Big trade deals better to left out. Let's work on TTC, and we will get more productive results. Would you agree on that?
We also don't see an appetite for a TTIP 2.0, if you like, or a broader agreement. I mean, of course, the TTC is a platform, and we also have many question marks on what the C stands for, this council. How can we have tangible results? But at the same time, it has provided a good forum for cooperation, and indeed, Mrs. Asimakopoulou referred to export controls and sanctions when we have the invasion of Ukraine. So that is one very concrete outcome that otherwise it would be more difficult for us to discuss and agree and coordinate on these very technical and very sensitive issues at transatlantic level. But at the same time, one issue that we have as business community is that the TTC agenda is not a comprehensive one in the sense that you do not discuss liberalization, of course, but it is also not a forum where you discuss existing trade irritants. So we do have a temporary agreement on the disputes regarding the civil aircraft or the steel and aluminium. So this is not the type of discussions that we do at the TTC level. This is something of a separate track. So it's the TTC plus for us as European business community, because we need to find permanent solutions on this issue. Another problem is data privacy. this is still open. We welcome the recent progress, but it has to take place. It has to be agreed soon. So I think that it's TTC plus, as I said, but not yet the full, if you like, TTIP picture, because there is no appetite for that. It's clear from our side.
Yes. Yeah, and if there would be American here, you know, in this panel, there would be also there, especially from their side, there's a lot of red lines, actually. We have a couple of questions. We have Yaroslav, and then let's take Yaroslav, and then we take Peter, and then we go back there. So
I've got two questions. One is on a bit more philosophical level, which is about complexity. Because GATT before was quite simple. It was about tariffs. And now we came to WTO, which have got a comprehensive agenda covering various complicated issues, which is not only trade, it's a trade system where you've got services, intellectual property, environment, some other elements. So this complexity is also visible in EU bilateral agreements. And because of this complexity, it's much more difficult to ratify, because it covers issues including labor rights or including human rights and some other things. So this complexity maybe is one of these killer of the process. Now, we want to have more, and because of that, we've got less. That's a bit more philosophical question. The second question relates to Business Europe, and the question is about the American Inflation Reduction Act, which includes or involves a huge, massive subsidies to environmental and climate issues. Therefore, you've got a two system, which is a European one, which is based on companies that will have to pay when importing CBAM, whereas American, which is based on just opposite, those who want to reduce emissions will receive subsidy. And this creates imbalance. In a sense, achievements might be that the reductions happens on both sides of the Atlantic, but in a different way. And what is the view of the companies of that situation?
Great, thanks Yaroslav, and then Peter.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's following the first comment on Yaroslav. I'd have to stop counting the numbers of FTAs in the pipe, and you mentioned that, which we have debated for years and not succeeded in any way. Is it indeed too complex? Are we overburdening these kind of contracts? Should we not rather choose a more step-by-step approach, an evolutionary approach? And to put it on a more global level, there is a market for regulations, so to say, and are we competitive as Europeans in competing, for example, with the East Asian or Pacific integration such as RCEP? So this is an issue which we had not openly discussed, whether we are too ambitious and keeping the whole process stopped by this. Thank you.
Okay, let's go for the panels and then we go back there. So let's, Madam Asimakopoulos.
Yeah, I'll
so
start. You've expanded on taking the gentleman's question one step further, which is taking what I said one step further. I focused on the TSD chapters, the Trade and Sustainable Development chapters, and explained to you that after we, went through this historic compromise exercise in the Parliament, where we decided, okay, we'll accept limited enforceability of the TSD chapters to be put in the new agreements, because first there was a discussion of opening up all the other agreements, which is completely legally impossible anyway, but unrealistic practically. The short answer is, look, you can see it now in the negotiations with India. I mean, they don't want to talk about this stuff. They don't understand why we're putting this stuff on the table at all. So, there is a limit to, I'm all for using trade to export our values. I'm all for our value system being the value system of all our trading partners. I'm all for preferring to trade with like-minded partners when it comes to our value system, when it comes to respect for human rights, for civil rights, for democracy, the rule of law. I'm all for that. But the reality is that the world is different. That's the reality. And the reality is you can't export your values. That already has limitations. And the bottom line is, where does it come to the point where when you're doing that, you just don't make any more deals? And then you don't export any of your values, where if you had the bar a little bit lower, at least some of the things would start being done. And then perhaps, then again, I understand the other theory, because, The flip side of that is our policy on China, which is European Union's policy on, which is borderline psycho. I mean, yes, we're competitors. Yes, I don't know what else we are, but we're rivals and competitors and partners. I mean, how do you actually do that? I mean, can you imagine a marriage where you're competitors, rivals, and companions? I mean, that doesn't work. You know, and the whole theory with China was, oh, put them in the WTO 20 years ago and they'll become like us. Well, they didn't become like us, now did they? So you do sort of have to impose your values. But there is a balancing act, and that's what sophisticated policymakers and legislators achieve, a balancing act. How much can you push it? They need to stay at the table. If they get up from the table and they won't sign the agreement, you failed. And I think at the moment the pendulum has gone too far in the other direction. But I can't say that I'm objective. I mean, I do have an ideology coming into this discussion, and my ideology is pro-free trade.
Yeah. Okay, before going to Sophia, and not forgetting the back road, would you, a provocative question, would you include this, over-ambitious thing, would you include the CBAM discussion?
Not completely. To an extent, I would, yeah. I mean, I think that the CBAM needs a lot of fine-tuning. I think it's a good idea, but then you have to think about other things, like what it does to our exports, for example. It's one thing.
Yeah.
So I don't think the CBAM is an idea to be trashed, but I think it needs a lot of work, and I think it needs a lot of testing in the real world to see how it actually works.
Okay. Sophia, to all those two questions, and maybe what was commented, a lot of things.
I would actually reverse the complexity question. Would the European Parliament ratify a less complex agreement? So this is a question that we have, because I take the argument that it goes much beyond the pure, if you like, trade agenda, and we include all these other issues. But I totally agree with Mrs. Asimakopoulou. This is not the world we live in. It has changed. So we have to take these developments into account. And the question we also have is how much indeed we can push. So definitely this is an issue that we are looking for, and of course India is a very complicated partner. Others are more receptive or less receptive. We also have African countries where we cannot promote, for instance, not even the partnership agreements that are completely asymmetrical there. So what do? It's not only the trade agreements, we have the generalized system of preferences, we have the due diligence that is coming up, we have the forced labor ban regulation. So I see it more as a complementary, if you like, system of regulations and initiatives that the EU is promoting to try to tackle this. Exactly not to overburden so much the trade agenda per se. But I don't think that we can avoid the question. I have to admit I'm not an expert on CBAM, so I don't know how to approach really your question. But I think that our views on the IRA are very clear. This is not a good way forward. As a representative of a European business association, we would never support, this type of subsidized localization. And there are many European companies that see this as a very problematic signal from the part of the US. Of course, we have our foreign subsidies instrument, but I don't see, the same, if you like, impact between the two. So I take this question with me. And we will reflect on that.
Right. Great, thank you. We have there actually two from back road, close to each other.
Thanks. Ivan Delibasic, I used to work for Martens Center, and I used to advise late President Martens as well. And 10 years ago, I was part of one of the working parties on TTIP. So someone with a little bit of PTSD from that. Yes, indeed. And you can tell that Tommy and I were working together for a while, because he actually anticipated what I'm going to ask. I'm going to turn the CBAM from the more technical point to a little bit more political, especially compared to what Mrs. Asimakopoulou said. The message that I understood at least is let's not give up on WTO, but it's not the only thing out there. One, and the second one, let's think about how we need to protect ourselves, and especially our industries, and especially our export industries. Now, my question is, the EPP itself has been struggling to find a position on how to square this circle. How do we actually go between or beyond protecting the industry, exporting industries especially, and still see whether the maintaining the compatibility with WTO is a value in itself? And my question is, when we look at what you said, WTO did nothing to reform China. The US is looking at itself first. Should we maybe consider moving in not as extreme way, but in a similar direction at least? And same goes to all the panelists. And passing the floor.
Good. Yeah, hello, Tilman Kupfer, and hello, Sophia. I used to chair the ESF policy committee with about services. 3 points. I mean, one is a comment on TTIP, because I think one of the big stumbling blocks for TTIP for the center left at the time was ISDS, or the investor-to-state dispute settlement. And I think once that was settled with the new approach the European Commission is taking, the resistance to TTIP softened a little bit at the time, and you got even support from the trade unions. So, and the second point is about the services, because when you look at trade agreements, a lot of complexity results also because in the area of services, and there's a lot of issues around regulation, how to regulate them, and how to make sure that consumer rights are respected, or looking at data protection. And I think what's really needed is that we have a little bit more dialogue between the different silos. I mean, the people who deal with trade should talk, for instance, also to the people who deal with data protection. Mm-hmm. So that when you're looking at digital trade, there's a more interaction between these two silos, and that things like the data flow can be tackled in a better way. And I was very positively surprised when I saw a statement from the G7 data protection authorities when they welcomed also the new privacy agreement between the EU and US, and also the prospects to talk to each other to tackle many of the issues. And so, and I think that also leads me to the last point, which is about the TTC. I think it's a very good initiative, particularly in the absence of TTIP or any other negotiations which are similarly broad. But this is only a dialogue between the EU and the US. And as I work for a British company, what about the UK? How do you get them involved? And what about Japan? Also, Japan is very interested also on data flow, for instance, but there are many other policy areas where Japan also has common values between the EU and US, equally, of course, with Canada. So again, I think working a little bit more in the TTT style at the G7 level could be maybe a bit beneficial, but I'm just throwing this here into the discussion. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I think that was, big questions, and all of our big questions, some more specific, some more global. So I turn to the panel. I don't know.
Well, I think that sometimes you have to make choices, and sometimes they're difficult. I think when you have to choose between whether this is a moment to protect our industry and to put European interests first compared to WTO compatibility. I mean, quite clearly, when you hear anything from DG Trade, they say all these instruments are, compatible. Everything we do is WTO compatible, and I'm not more of an expert than anybody else to say that that's not the case. But I think that, I would be willing to err on, let's say it's time to err on the side of protecting ourselves in this environment with the way the WTO is. That would be on a political policy choice. I would be on that side. Thank you. You've made some excellent points. I can't stress enough how much I agree with you. I can't stress enough. But having said all this, I just want to make sure that I'm clear that, I do believe that investing in trying to make the transatlantic relationship work as well as possible is a worthwhile exercise under any circumstances. I also continue to think that, we shouldn't just trash the WTO. I mean, but sometimes it's like, you know, when you're on the plane and they show you how to use the oxygen masks and they say, you know, if you ever need to use it, you know, first put yours on and then put the one on your child. That's what we need to do now.
Okay. Yes, maybe some comments on the US in particular and cooperation with other partners. Indeed, the TTC is a bilateral forum, and I think it's a good starting point because it's not, as we discussed before, that our transatlantic relationship is without problems. There are clouds on the horizon, so it's better to have a dedicated forum to tackle those questions before we go to other partners. And I think that there is a potential to do that. If I see, for example, the work that is conducted under the Export Controls Working Group, I don't see a reason why at a later stage, when we have a set of principles amongst us, the US and the EU, this could not be proposed to other partners, especially Japan or others. Because here, for example, I mean, as we have a crisis in the WTO, I would say that we also have a crisis in the Wassenaar arrangement. So I think that there are elements that could be multilateralized or plurilateralized, but for us, let's start with what we have between us and try to improve the relationship at transatlantic level before we go to other partners. And I think this is critical if we want to tackle also the China question, which is the elephant in the room. I will repeat again, this is not the top priority from the European perspective. This can be a very good outcome, but only after we solve our own issues first.
I will come back to this China, but before that, Gonzalo, and then we have a question there also, you know.
Thank you very much. Very interesting discussion. Maybe Gonçalo Carriço, formerly at EPP, now in the private sector. Maybe the TTC was touched upon. I would like to bring the second T, technology. It was, speaking about trade and exports and imports, something that the EU is very good at is exporting regulation. Do you see, for instance, that all the regulation that is ongoing, like artificial intelligence, the DMA, the SA, even MiCA, with everything that's been going on the crypto world, do you see that is place for cooperation with the US? And in the TTC, for instance, that is going to make something tangible out of it. And the second question is, do you see that this will enable European companies to start being more competitive and exporting technology at a global scale and then starting to export technology? Or that this might hamper somehow competitiveness of EU companies vis-a-vis the rest of the other regions, in particular the US. Thank you.
Thank you, Gonzalo. And then we have there.
Thank you very much. Alexander Rengli from the Swiss mission to the EU. I'm the deputy head of mission. So I'm not a trade specialist. I do follow trade questions also on a higher level. So I'll keep my question or my comment also fairly high level. So from the perspective of a country with a medium-sized economy, which is very open and very trade-oriented, it's hard not to be concerned, obviously, given the current situation where there is the multilateral trading system is being weakened. There's a whole series of measures which are being taken, and in each of those measures can be can aim for laudable goals. So let's take CBAM, for instance. We have a lot of Swiss companies which are in favor of CBAM, and from a Swiss perspective, at first sight, we shouldn't be too concerned because we have an ETS which is linked, so we should be exempted. Having said all that, what is completely untested is what it then means in reality, and I believe you have made some very good comments to that effect. And I think the main concern is that all these measures tend to take place without any coordination between the big trading partners. And the question is, do you also see a lot of unintended consequences coming out from this situation where these trade measures are not coordinated? And this is where I'm fishing maybe for some optimism. the big picture environment, the fact that we're facing an economic crisis, energy crisis, inflation going through the roof, is that something which could, hopefully then also lead to a reappraisal of the potential of trade to tackle some of these issues, and hopefully then sort of restore some of the benefits of trade going forward? Thank you.
So again, a long line of big questions. So the competitiveness question, crypto question mark, then the issue of coordination, and the current crisis as a stimulation. These are the questions. Then Sofia, you can start what you want.
Okay, let's see. Companies, European companies becoming more competitive and how TTC can help in this direction. I think that, of course, we have a lot of digital-oriented or technology-oriented working groups at the TTC level. But our impression is that they are not that advanced as other groups in comparison. So the question is, because there is a lot ongoing in the EU, how we can advance this discussion also with the US. So definitely there is room there, but there is also, I would say, competition with the US itself. They have a CHIPS Act, we have a CHIPS Act. Are we going to the direction of, a race of subsidies here? And if both of us, try to achieve technological leadership in the same field, then what is going to happen? A race to the bottom, most probably. So we also have to be careful of how we use this kind of tools and how we can use the TTC and other platforms for this kind of discussions to avoid this situation. So, of course, European competitiveness, but we should not also forget that the US is a competitor of ours. So this is a critical point that I wanted to raise here. And then I would say that global coordination with partners goes beyond CBAM in any type of international crisis that we see. And we see it with climate change, of course, but we also see it with the war in Ukraine. We see it on export controls. We see it on many different instances. So I would say that what we see for the moment is that the EU is taking the leadership, it's taking the first step, but it's always open to discussion with trading partners. If I look at CBAM in particular, since the beginning of the initiative, we have been discussing very closely with Turkey, because there is going to be an impact on that. We are discussing very closely with Ukraine. So there are instances, and I agree with you, maybe there is a scope to improve towards this direction and explain also how these instruments are going to work in practice. This is a job for the European Commission, I would say, in general.
Thank you. And
well, such insightful comments. Just since you've basically answered everything, let me just add two things. Really, industry, business finds its way. I think we are over-regulating, and sometimes we do a disservice to business in this over-regulation. But business finds a way. Look at Schrems. Look at this whole thing with the data. Businesses didn't go away. They didn't stop. They found a way to adjust, and ultimately, legislative solutions or whatever solutions seem to follow. I think that what's going on in the TTC can only help. I don't think it can hurt competitiveness. It might not give competitiveness a huge boost, but I don't think it does any damage. And is something concrete coming out? Even understanding what you agree on and what there's a difference on, even that has some value. So I'm trying not to, I'm putting the bar low on the TTC, just like I did on MC12, and that way I can be pleasantly surprised as opposed to the other way around. Yeah, I think that's all I have to say.
Good. We agreed on the a hard stop at 5:30, so we have 5 minutes left, but let's not overdo it. But I have one question, and it relates to EPP, and actually I would say that to Madame Massimakopoulou. is that as we have discussed, so what has happened is that the narrative has changed, in the big picture. We had this for decades, this, as mentioned also by Sofia, this thinking that the economy, trade, we just focus on that, we expand Russia, China, and everything will be good because then there's economic dependency, sure. They will be, they will transform themselves, etc., etc. Now we see that reality is very different, as mentioned by you. But second, what does it mean for the EPP? Because when I started the EPP school, so to say, that was and still is the central piece of the center-right narrative, sure. Trade, and it relates to the whole issue of globalization and actually the whole Western view of view things. And as you pointed out, we see that there's a lot of complexity, there's other issues being attached, and we see also it's kind of going down the agenda. And as you mentioned, there's a lot of pessimism even involved in the discussion. So what does it mean for EPP, the current state of the trade discussion?
Look, in one sense, it means nothing in the sense that this model, the model's not wrong. It's just when you apply a model to real life, you have to deal with, the consequences. So things change. I mean, yes, we were in this, trade is great and globalization. I remember being such a fan and, the theory of comparative advantage and learning it. But this is the real world. And in the real world, people don't play fair. They don't play by the rules. That doesn't mean you shouldn't have rules. That doesn't mean you shouldn't enforce rules. It means you need new tools. So I think EPP has the right narrative because there's other narratives out there, which is, complete closing off and protectionism. And that's never going to be our narrative. Our narrative is not going to change. What changes is that we become more pragmatic, and becoming more pragmatic, sometimes we have to protect ourselves. And protection is not protectionism. These are two different things. Protection is not a bad thing. Protection is a good thing. Protectionism is the wrong thing. So we just have to, adjust to the times. And I think we're doing a very good job, and I think we're actually doing a very good job at that. I said before, it's a balancing act. We'll find the balance.
Fantastic. You at the final minute, exactly. At the final last 2 moments, you kind of spin it up. Great. So I think it was a good discussion. Thank you for panelists. When you have excellent also audience, that helps a lot because we know by fact many of you.
Thank you for your question.
You could be panel. Could you come up here, take my place very easily? And so one thing which I forgot to mention in the beginning, that this panel is hosted by the Hans Adler Foundation. So I want to thank the Hans Adler Foundation for not only partnership, but taking the topic, and Thomas Leeb also, for let us running the discussion. So thank you very much for coming, and thank you for your input. Thank you for the panelists, and off we go for the drinks. Thank you.